to get above it, but it did close below. So that is one. That's one major sector that is still under the 200-day moving average. Retail, XRT, still kind of, in jeopardy. It's still a little bit above it. Healthcare was the other one. XLV was the other one that was really getting close, and not just close. Well, it did close above it, but so we've got the three of the major sectors that are very either underneath, just a little bit underneath the 200-day moving average, or just around it. Okay. You can hear me now. Okay. Well,
Barry, can you hear me?
I can
Just
hear
had
you.
to on that middle one add it to the stage.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes it doesn't add automatically, so I don't know why.
Okay, I haven't had to do that before. Okay, well, thank you, Chris.
You got it.
Okay, we'll see you a few
Tomorrow.
hours from now, right?
Michael today.
It's Michael today. That's right. Right. Okay, you're right. Okay, thanks, Chris.
You got it.
Okay, guys, so I guess YouTube's up and running now. All right, so let's take a look. Now, the trade of the week is GLW. And this is considered live now during market hours, okay? 48.40. So 48.40, above 48.40. I know it was above 48.40 in the pre-market, but it's considered live only during market hours. How you trade it, if you trade it, up to you. And let's see, what else is here? I'm just looking for some disasters. OKLO, not a disaster, but these nuclear stocks now are starting to sort of fade a bit. CEG is an interesting one. Yeah, that's what I wanted to mention. CEG is one of the larger nuclear stocks, but it has a earnings play today. Original reaction seemed to be decent, but right now it's off 7%. It's a pretty big float, 317. So if you're into the more expensive ones, I mean, look at this. I mean, the next low looking left is 232, and then way down here is the 200-day moving average. All right, so this could be interesting for those of you who don't mind playing, the more expensive ones. The ADN, when I was looking at it now, you can see exactly what it's done. So it did pop through the 200-day moving average. There is the green line on my daily chart. That's the 200-day moving average. So it did pop above it, got up to 439. But right now, as we speak, it's right at the 200-day moving average, 383. Okay, so that might be the end of it. Okay, it might be the end of it for a while anyway. SMCI still in the doldrums, guys. Another 4% down. I mean, just getting absolutely slammed here that day here. That day here, sorry, this day right here started it all, and it has not recovered at all. SMCI. Yeah, they postponed earnings, and I think Hindenburg also weighed in on them. So yeah, all sorts of negative news right now with SMCI. And let's see, PROF, PROF. All right, big pop up here. Okay, so I have no idea what all this means, but the first time CPT code reimbursement for Tulsa to be effective January 1st. So, I mean, that's the news. If it means anything to somebody, great. It doesn't, obviously, the market likes it right now. PROF, it's not a low float. That's interesting. A Canadian company, something to do with Tulsa? Or is that an acronym? We talking Oklahoma, or is that some kind of an acronym? That is an acronym. Okay, so we're not talking Oklahoma. We're talking transurethral ultrasound ablation, Tulsa. Okay, through the 200-day moving average, just outside of Toronto. Okay, so that actually it's holding its gains through the 200-day moving average, holding its gains. Yeah, no volume. You're right, Rich. No volume yet for iron. I'm sure it'll pick up. We're trading higher. Iron trading higher after the company announced the end of its phase two, etc. Okay, so there is news. That's a pretty low float for this price of stock. Now, is this shortable? Yes, it is for me at Interactive Brokers. About 626,000 shares. So this is up a lot. I wonder how is that root doing? Not that I'm not trying to compare the two exactly, and just looking at, it's still kind of hanging tough. Hmm. All right, guys, want to get the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. So I'll get rid of this layout. Just give me one moment. SMCI guys is getting hit again. SMCI, I'm just hearing it. Making another new low here, SMCI. All right, guys, I'm back. So now let's rearrange on my other monitor. Also, a couple of things going on my other monitor. So now I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. There's the ADN. So the ADN, all right, well, it popped right through that 200-day moving average again. So that was a big pop. I mean, when last time we were looking at it, was right at that 200-day. So it popped up again. So on a monthly chart, this has room till 467. Okay, on a monthly chart. And that month right here was back in August. Okay, August of last year. Well, this year. So there's your high right there. Hey, our floats are the same draw. We've got 2.21 million also. Guys, I mean, if this VSTE takes out that high again, I mean, it's all about the room it's got. And you look left on a monthly chart, I mean, it still has room to $12. Now, again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get to $12, but, just look at this monthly chart for VSTE. And I mean, the next high is almost $4 away on the monthly chart. So if it can get back up to the high of Friday, which is around 8, I'm going to stick a price alert around there and see if that happens. Now, it doesn't mean if I get a price alert immediately, I'm going to take the trade, but I do want to know if it happens. Wow, AUR is a little bit of a hit here, guys, down 9%. Pretty decent volume. Big float, 878 million in the float. Just want to see if there's any specific news on this one. Goldman Sachs maintains coverage with a targeted. Okay, so I don't know if this is really 250. With a sell, yes, yes. So Goldman is hammering this company, AUR, maintains coverage with a sell and a $2.50 target. I was amazed when Goldman Sachs weighs in some of these, these little companies. Why did I even bother? But anyway, that's got to be the reason. But of course, then there's Jim Cramer saying this is a terrific. Yeah, so he's trying to pump this one, and Goldman is trying to knock it down. All right, guys, market's going to open in less than 30 seconds. So let's have a great start to this trading week. Thank you, William. All right, guys, we're now open. And let me get this race started. Now, there might not be very many in this race. There are only 2 to start. I'll explain all this a little bit later. Now, look at Intel, guys. INTC on the way down. Intel, INT. Look at it. Wow. Okay, now it's right back up. I don't know what was happening here. NTR. Let's see what's happening on this one. Another one's, big bottoming and up. NTR, the Canadian company. Okay, now here's the. Okay, I had an alert set for ATEC for some reason. Also QH. These must have been set a long time ago. ATEC. Let's see why I would have ATEC. Oh yeah, right here. So you can kind of see that it's right at a crossroads. 842 is a high, and it's at 838 right here. If it can maintain the next high in a monthly chart anyway is $12 for ATEC, ATEC. That's right, Intel. Imagine that. Intel out of the Dow and replaced by Nvidia. Meanwhile, SMCI continues to move down. All right, I've got a couple of, I've seen Sedge, SEDG, and Nova. So a couple of the solar plays are on the move. Now look at the, better get to a weekly chart. The only reason I have a monthly is if I can't see where the next high is on a weekly. So on this one, you can definitely see where the next high is. Let's take a look at TAN to see if TAN is on the move, the solar ETF. And the answer is yes. Yeah, so TAN is on the move right now, guys. So looks like some of the solar plays. Newsom signs order seeking fix for California's soaring electricity bills. So, which is, I guess, going to try to help the solar industry, I guess. Mosaic on the move. MOS, not an earnings play. That's a nice gap. Big float. All right, DJT on the move. Big spike here now. 200-day moving average is right about, well, it's still, I got room, $35 or so. So about $3 to the 200-day. It's been a big 5-day decline since its high of 54, getting all the way down to 30. Trying to bounce a little bit today. All right, let's take a look at the market right off the bat here. So the SPY is, down a little, Dow's down a little, NAS is down a little. Okay, so nothing dramatic yet. NUWE, let's see, it is now making a high here. It's coming right into that daily high, which is 246. And what did it get to? Got up to 244. So that daily high right now is blocking it a little bit above it now, a little bit above it. And again, I don't know exactly what all this means, but they did have some news. And UWE, very low float, 1.38 million in the float, 12.7 have traded already, 12.7 million have traded already. So this is on the move here, guys. Of course, on the weekly chart, 246. It's above that now. I don't think I mentioned CC. I know it's on my list. I think it's on the list that I posted. CC is an earnings play. CC is an earnings play. Shamur. And let's see, the next high looking left is 2131 on the weekly chart. Well, this has been a high flyer, guys. Let's see what's happening with this one. Sir, boy, it is really starting to fall here. 1286 was the high a few days ago, down to a 943 now, but a 25% drop. And looking left, so there could be some support around 9, okay, for SCRV. Could be looking at a daily chart around 9. So there's the uranium ETF guy. So yeah, uranium stocks are now weakening somewhat, ever since this day over here. So URA, which is the main, I think it's the main ETF for the energy sector, coming into that 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average is 29, so it's a little bit above it. Will that hold it? Will that hold it? PPL, guys, PPL. All right, so this has got some room on the daily chart. 33 is the high on Friday. So a little bit of room, not much though. I mean, you got about 60 cents or so to the next high. So not a ton of room. Bank of America is raising their price target to 35 from 34. You know, there's not that much action yet this morning, guys, and I can say that because this scan right here, this momentum scan, is usually super active. Now we've got some, but it's usually firing like second after second after second after second, and right now nothing. Well, we're still going to get some alerts from it, but usually it drives me crazy in the first 15, 20 minutes. But the market is still drifting down. Market is still drifting down. Okay, well, this one just did just show up again. NUWE just made a market high. So the pre-market high is around three, a little over three, 310 or so. After hours on Friday, it had a pop up to 314. Well, I guess it wouldn't take a genius to say that, right? I mean, the election, obviously, I don't know if it's going to be like over on Wednesday, but if you know what I mean. But certainly, yeah, I mean, probably people are just waiting a bit for today and tomorrow, and then Wednesday, we'll see what happens. All right. So again, this is the news for it. Obviously, the market is liking this news. The reimbursement rate from 413 to $1,600 a day. I guess that sounds pretty good. What it means exactly in terms of overall profitability and revenue, I have no idea for this company. But there's a ton of volume. Look at that volume. 21 million have traded already, and only 1.38 or so in the float. So yeah, a ton of volume. So is that all to do with that's your healthcare system, right? So I'm always never completely understand these reimbursement rate things and all that. I really don't know what it means. Well, when I say that, I mean obviously I know what it means for this company to have it increasing that, but I don't understand how it like the paperwork that's involved. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Urban, okay, now Urban, a little bit of room, not quite. It's got about less than $1 to the next high in the weekly chart. URBN, it's moving. I don't see that it's not an earnings play. It doesn't have earnings until the 26th. Meanwhile, NUWE NUWE just exploded through three now. This is an AI play. It's also one from my breakout here at 264. Okay. And I think it just got halted. Yeah, it just got halted. NUWE just got halted. So first time to display this week. So this blue screen you see here. This is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's your halt price 329. This column here, in theory, is giving you a glimpse into the future as to where it could open. As you see, it says 330 right here. This number will, can be very volatile. It can change or fluctuate. Okay, so right now there's not a big clue as to where it's going to open. And again, usually these are 5-minute halts. So if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open at 9:47 plus 36 seconds. All right, Mosaic. Too bad. Yeah, Mosaic. It's showing up on my 10-day daily breakout, but look at the 200-day moving average right there. Well, listen, if it can take out the 200-day moving average, which is 29.13, it might go on a bit of a run. So what I'll do is I'll just stick a price alert above it. Say 29.21. See if it can take out the 200-day moving average. Okay, number one. Well, that's pop for Bitcoin over 70,000. This was kind of short lived. I see Bitcoin is now down to 68,000. Yeah, look at Tan guys. So rarely do I see this one, but that's actually on our 10-day daily breakout. Rarely do I see like an ETF on that 10-day daily breakout. But look at Tan and coming into the 200-day moving average, about $1 away. All right, iron guys, iron on the move. And this is a successful end of phase two. So up 26%. Well, I don't know what it is now, a little more than that now. Just reading a headline right now on FDA's positive feedback supporting the development of its drug. So that's the deal for iron guys. Iron on the move here. Iron on the move. And so is the SPY. Look at the SPY. Nice jump. Now I don't think there's on the economic calendar. I think there was something at 10 o'clock. Nothing much on the economic calendar today. Factory orders at 10 o'clock. Okay, whether that has any effect, we'll have to see. Short term anyway in the market. So that's at 10 o'clock. Factory orders at 10 o'clock. All right, so a bit of a reversal, a trying anyway. SMCI, yeah, somebody mentioned a bottom on this one. So SMCI now, pre-market looks like there could be some resistance around the 2670 mark. Okay, the SMCI definitely has had a bounce from 24 up to 26. Here's another one, guys. Verona, another one that gapped down. This is an earnings play. VRNA is an earnings play. You can see it's coming into right that high right there on the daily chart. That red line, that's that high right there. which is at 34.21, 35.21. If it can take out 35.21, doesn't have a lot of room for me. Okay, I'm just because even if I took that out, the next high is 35.60. Not enough room for me. Wow. So NUWE just resumed, guys. And what a move up. It didn't give me what I was looking for. I was hoping maybe it would get down a little bit below the 329 and then pop through it again. That might have got me in. It looks like it's going to get halted again. You just got halted again. Yes. So from our AI, guys, there you go. 275 on the entry, 396 now, up 44%. That's from our AI. And from my breakout, a little bit earlier than that, 264 on my breakout here, 10-day daily breakout. Okay, guys, so these nuclear stocks are definitely getting hit a little here, okay? SMR, now SMR looks like it has some support about $1 away. We'll call it 1660 or so. It's at 1750 now. All right, guys, LUMN on the move here. LUMN on the move. And again, well, 781, it's 30 cents away. I mean, if I went from 750 to 780, that'd be great. But I always look at this and think that traders will get out before that. Well, okay, well, take a look at this one. Next nav, NN. For some reason, it is popping. It's not an earnings play. It has earnings on the 13th. For some reason, it's popping. Last week's high was 1219, a little bit above it, a little bit above that last week's high. Not a ton of volume, 263, but that is 10 times normal. It's not a low float. So that is, yeah. NN. Let's see if this holds over 12. This has had a nice little run. I don't know what they do. Navigation and timing solutions. Okay. Another nice one from our AI guy is TGTX on a short. TGTX on a short. Now, if you took this one, I'd be aware of this right here. 2319 is the next low. Okay. On the daily chart. Now, if it can take that out, 2261 is the next low. But I'd be definitely, if you took this one from the AI, I mean, you're doing well, if you took it around the 24 mark. And that would be an area where a little bit of concern that I may not get through. 2317, okay. All right, so Chewy popped after the company said it will join the S&P Mid Cap 400. prior to the opening of trading on Wednesday. Okay, so it had that pop up, but then it just a drop. So very choppy so far for Chewy, CHWY. All right, well, where did this one go? So this popped up and then it dropped. Okay, so there's the NUWE. And I'll say it again, guys, if you ever take one of these that are very, very low float, which this one is 1.3 million in the float, you cannot wander away from your computer for a second, okay? Because they can drop actually more quickly than they can go up. They can. I'm not saying they will, but they certainly can once the enthusiasm for it, the buying enthusiasm starts drying up. Ooh, a little bit late. QMM. This just showed up on my all-time high now. Is that right? All-time high? Yeah, all-time high for QMM. QMMM, sorry. Q triple M. So all-time high. And this showed up on my 10-day daily breakout. And it's an all-time high. Big issue with it. 1198, 1221 on the bid ask. That's not good. So again, TGTX, if you took this short, it's coming right into this little area that could be support. Okay, 23 could be. Takes that out. Then 2259 is the next low. All right, Fox A, guys. Fox A is weakening also. This is a not an earnings. It is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Fox A, FOXA is an earnings play on the way down. It's still positive for the day, but it is starting to fall. Okay, so Fox A is starting to fall here, guys. Underneath the VWAP, 4408 is the VWAP. Lori, you're asking me why the spread? Well, because if you want to get into the trade, I'll use this as an example. If the spread was 24 on the bid was 24 and the ask is 24.50, in order for you to get this trade right away, if you really want it, you'd have to go in at 50 cents above the ask, the bid. Okay, so you're already down 50 cents in theory, because usually most brokers will take a look at where you could sell to get out. So I just usually shy away if the spread is that. Depends on the price of the stock. I mean, if there's a 50-cent spread on Apple, it's not as big a deal. If it's a 50-cent spread on a $20 stock, it's just not good. So look at this spread, for instance, Fox A, great, 23.27, as good as you can just about get. 27.30, but at one point it was 27.28. So even if you want to short it 27, it's the spread is fine. I guess that's the best way I can. But if this was 43.30 and then on the bid and the ask was 44, I mean, it's just way too much. It's almost like they're not wanting you to trade it. And even if the spread, you see a stock that's kind of spready, and then the spread does get better. The problem is that they can always just yank the bid after you get in. I'm not saying they're waiting for you to get in, but all of a sudden the spread becomes bad again. It's just harder to trade. That's all. I just shy away from them. Now, and sometimes the spread doesn't matter. See, I mean, see now it's starting to tighten up a little bit, 11.7 and 11.85. Sometimes the spread, sometimes it doesn't matter. If a stock moves $2 or $3 afterwards, a spread won't matter, but you don't know it's going to do that. All right, guys. Well, Fox A actually had a bit of a pop, so I'm going to forget about that one. Nice, definitely a nice reversal for SMCI, guys. Now, that's coming right into that next high on the daily chart, which is still about $1 away, over $1 away, actually. Say $1.60 away. So this is showing up on my gap continuation or reversal scan, okay? That's how I'm seeing these. Time is it now? 10 o'clock. You know what? I'm going to go over my homepage right now and show you the scans that I'm currently sharing with everybody. DOCN is a gap down and go. So through the 200-day moving average, it's an earnings play. DOCN is an earnings play. Okay, guys, I'm just putting my homepage link in the room. So if you click on my homepage link, give me one moment as I make one adjustment. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So first of all, that promo code is still alive. Believe it's supposed to be expiring tonight. Sometimes it's an extra day. I wouldn't count on it though. So 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. It will be good until for sure. And that's so you can use Barry 25. You'll get 25% off first month only or the entire year. And as always, please use my code at any point in time in the future if you're going to take out a subscription. This will really help to keep the room free. Okay. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do that get started. 10 short videos. The first one, download and install. First startup and log in. Introduction to scans, top list window or top lists and alert windows. Okay. 2 key elements of trade ideas. You must do this first. Again, it's not that it won't take you long. It's a software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. So what we've tried to do in those 10 short videos is get you started quickly. Okay. If you're new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. This is a series of videos. Michael Noss, a Trade Ideas, put this together, all free. Michael will be in our YouTube room actually today between 12 and 1 when I take my break. Okay, but this is a free series of videos. If you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at it. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it right here, free of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week is GLW, I believe. Yeah, GLW. Let's see if it triggered. And the answer is no. Or did it? So I guess technically it did, because the trigger point was above 48.40. I'm not sure I would have taken it right away with the market moving down, but at any rate, this is the trade of the week. Okay. And if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education the education section is here. Here's our user guide. So getting started right here. Now, a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. Stock racing. You notice I'm running one stock race right here. Here's how you can set up your own stock race with your own set of parameters. I'm going to go over this stock race, but here is your reference. Price alerts. I use price alerts on the charts all the time. And one last one to look at, watch list. If you want to create your own watch list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you do it. Obviously, a lot more in this guide, but you don't have to learn everything, okay? And there's the getting started again. So daily support, I do take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Monday. It'll be Michael Noss taking over for me. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you click on my homepage link, just scroll down a bit and the middle section, here they are. Okay. So here are the scans that I'm currently sharing with you. Now, here are the ones that I'm displaying, but I have a lot more that I'm sharing. I don't have them all up and running. Okay, but I'm just showing you a lot of scans that I've created that you can take a look at. So here is the large cap gainers from the open. It's this one right here, the second one. But you can see I've got two other races that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them if you want. The halts resumes is over here. The upside movers versus downside movers right down here is right here. And the relative strength leaders is right here. So these are the ones you can actually see. I do have a couple of other scans on my other monitor. I'm not trying to hide them, but I just don't want to overwhelm the monitor that I'm sharing with too many scans. I think Tanya, so I think this one is one that Shady is in. So this is that momentum scan is right here. This is the gap continuation or reversal scan right here. And the other one is the don't repeat, and you can don't repeat 10-day daily breakout. We don't get too many alerts from it usually, which is what I want. Okay, so I'll go over some of these. But again, I have other scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them. But, first of all, don't have them all up and running on one giant layout. You'll have way too much going on. All right, now let's take a look. I want to explain what Trade Ideas is all about. I like to use this momentum scan, an active scan. I think it gives people who don't know what Trade Ideas is a good idea. So, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between when I'm on the mic, 9 a.m. to approximately 3 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, I usually take off sometime between 2:30 and 3, but the main room is usually kept open till about 4 by Draw or William or Draw or William. So when I take off, you can still have there's still an active trading room open. Okay. So I like to demonstrate what Trade Ideas is all about by showing you this particular scan that I call momentum. So what we're fabulous at is real-time alerting. So if I right-click on this scan, and I click on Configure, and I click on Summary. So this is what the scan is looking for. So if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, that means it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. This is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, it's at least 400% of normal. So bottom line is this: if all these values are met, the filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we're saying CRDF at 10:06 plus 52 seconds. So there are a lot of really good screening programs out there, okay? And but what we do is we also are excellent at real-time alerting. So this is, of course, we can just screen. This is the screening aspect. But what we're excellent at is real-time alerting. These are all real-time alerts. Okay. Give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, so that's what we're really, really good. And there's the Tanya making new highs right there, TNYA. So if you like the scan the way it is, then you can have it. This is what it looks like on my, it's called Momo. It's on my home page. This is what it looks like. And it's a very active scanner, okay? Very, very active. That's why I was a little surprised a little bit earlier when we weren't getting very many alerts, but it's a very active scanner usually throughout the day. So if you're looking for a momentum scanner, this is pretty good. And of course, now if you don't like any aspect of this scan the way I've got it constructed, of course you can make some changes. For instance, you may not like the price range. Maybe you want to add a filter that you like. You want to take one of these out. Totally up to you. Okay, this is just what I like to see. I'm not trying to force that onto you. Want to build your own scan from scratch? You can do that too, of course. So I just clicked on search this time. So right at the very top, two most popular real-time alerts that we've got: the new high of the day and the new low of the day. And as you can see, as I scroll down, when you see these icons, these are all real-time alert icons. When I keep scrolling down to these icons, these are the filters that we've got. So again, if you're looking at this for the first time, don't get overwhelmed and think, man, this program is way too hard for me to learn. How am I supposed to learn all these real-time alerts and all the filters? Well, the good news is you don't have to, okay? The reason there's so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create all these different real-time alerts and all the different filters so that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so you don't have to learn them all. If you have any, if you're sort of an experienced trader, you might want to take a look at, scroll down and say, oh, I know what that means. Maybe I'll try that one. But if you don't know anything about trading, don't worry about it. First of all, we've got a simulator you can practice trading in. You can see in this room, you can kind of see what we do. Personally, all I use for my trading style is the new high and the new low of the day. That's it. And a handful of those filters. And I'll bet that that's what a lot of people, that's all they do. Okay. So it doesn't mean that all these ones that I don't use are bad. It just means that I don't need them for my trading style. That's all it means. Now, again, this is a trading room, but it is a support room also. So if you have questions, please, you can ask questions all day long. Now, let's take a look at this race here, okay? Racing is it's a great concept, really, and especially if you're looking for stocks that maybe not are already like I'm a momentum trader. Love to see stocks near the high or the low of the day, okay? And that's what this momentum. Well, this is only going to show me stocks near the high of the day. This one will actually show me stocks near the low of the day on some form of momentum also. Anything you see on this crawl that's in red, this is the stock. Ah, shoot. I was thinking of taking a short earlier. CSWC. Well, but in this scan right here, you can also see some stocks that have pulled back. Well, the race that you see here. So let me explain what the race is all about. I'm running 4-minute races, okay? Now, I think, as I said before, if you click on my homepage link and you go to the education section, and then go to the guide, and then there's a whole section on TI stock racing, how you can create your own race based on your parameters. This is what I want to see. Again, it doesn't have to be what you want to see. So this is a 4-minute race I run. So once this race is over, another race will begin automatically. So right now we're almost 3 minutes into this race. That's a big move. 1.1%, what does that mean? That means that IART has moved 1.1% since the race started 3 minutes ago. For this particular, and now it's up. Got to click on this. What's happening with this one? Yeah, this is a nice one, guys. It's an earnings play also, okay? It's an earnings play also. Because in this race, you typically don't see percentage moves over 1%. And I'll explain why. So right now, so this is, we have another 30 odd seconds for this race to be over. More than likely, as long as it maintains its lead, this is going to win a race. Notice what happens. The top 10 list is automatically created for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So AES has won 2 races, DJT 1 race, etc. Assuming this holds on, which I'm pretty sure it's going to, you'll see this will be at the very bottom here. That'll be the 10th. This will round out the top 10 list. Okay, and it just won the race, so it'll be right at the bottom here. Okay, so now we've got a top 10 list. Why is that good? Well, now this gives you a watch list of stocks that you can follow. Now, sometimes, a stock will drop off and a new one will be added. But usually in this one, these are, this is probably certainly with these ones up here, more than likely you'll see these ones mostly all day long. But this gives you a good watch list for you, okay? Now, you don't have to wait for a race to be over for you to click on an alert. You see any stock in here, I click on it just to see what's happening. CC is an earnings play. It's a little bit above the VWAP, guys. The VWAP is 2058, so it's a little bit above the VWAP if you're a VWAP type player. So notice, it's not at the high of the day, it is pulled back to the VWAP. If that's your style of trading, then you can take a look at this. Maybe it pull back to a moving average that you like. So again, I would click on anything you see here, and just see where it is. It may not, these stocks are not necessarily at the high of the day. Well, that Chewy has been all over the place. I'm just looking at Chewy right now. It's made a market high now. But look what happened. It got all the way back down to 28.36. Right up now back up to 29. So the question now for you guys who are looking at this for the first time is, well, why are these stocks showing up? What makes them special? Well, all races start from a top list window, okay? So if I right-click on this top list window and open the top list, I right-click on the race and one of the options is to open the top list. I'll do that. So this is, let's see how big the list is. Oh, it's a pretty big list. See, the other race that I'm sharing, the large cap, not the large cap, just the call it normal gainers from the open without any other filters in place. That list will be, you wouldn't be able to see all the stocks that are on it. But this is still a pretty big list, even though the market's not ripping higher or anything like that. But this is still a pretty big list of stocks. But why are these on here? So if I right click and click on configure and summary, this is why these stocks are showing up in this big list of stocks. As long as the stock is between $10 and $50 and the volume is at least 500,000 shares, this is what distinguishes it from the other race that I am sharing. I added the market cap, has to be at least half a billion, and the value, quote value has to be at least 50 million. So that is usually, sometimes when I do this, you only see about 20 stocks. Okay, so this is still pretty active today. So this is why these stocks are here, because they're satisfying these filter requirements. So before we have, now you can still use a top list for this reason, but before we had races, this was the only reason you would use a top list window. For instance, you wonder if you said, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Well, as long as I have that as a column header, which is the change from the close, if I double left click on it, yeah, you can see that ATSG is up 26%, IART 25%, etc. Now, are there stocks that are up more? Of course there are, but that's because I've added market cap in here, okay? But there are stocks. So if you took that market cap out of 500 billion, you'd see first of all, that list would be a lot bigger, and you would see, these sort of stocks, the NUWE. That's why you're only seeing us like 26%, which is still pretty big. I want to see the stocks that are up the most from their opening trade of the day, the change from the open. Again, as long as I have the column header, I can double left click on it, and there's CPRE up 11%. So again, maybe interesting news to know, but what the race does, the race doesn't care whether a stock is near the high of the day, doesn't care if it's up the most from yesterday, Friday's close, or up the most from its opening trade. All it cares about is in this list of stocks, what stock is moving the most since the race started. So this could be ATSG right down here, okay? It's up 26% right now. But what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it was now up 28%, 30%, 35%? You would never know that. Take another one that's a little less, that's already up enough. Chewy, okay? Chewy's only up 7.6%. But you can see it's starting to move, okay? But how would you know that? What are you going to do? Stare at a list of stocks and try to find a stock that's moving? Well, you don't have to do that. That's what the race does for you. It'll look at this list of stocks when the race starts, and whatever stock is moving the most percentage-wise, it'll show up on the race, in the race. You don't have to stare at this list. Hopefully that makes sense. Just give me one moment, please. All right, now let's see where NUWE. Now, if you're looking for a more active race, okay, this is active. Don't get me wrong, it's active. You're always going to see it. You're going to get a top 10 list. But if I were starting out trading, I would probably look at a list like this, okay, because these stocks are just not as volatile as this race. So if I scroll down to the scan section, so this race here, the biggest gainers from the start of the race, the big difference between this race and the larger cap is that this does not have a cap filter in it. So it could be very low, it could be low float stocks, low market caps. And that's why, you will get some you can get some big percentage moves here. But if I were starting out trading, even though these are, I like to say more fun, but with more fun comes a lot more volatility. And if you're not used to trading, you can get really hurt by trying to trade these sort of stocks. I'm not saying these are easier, but they're just not as volatile. Okay, so if I were to concentrate on stocks like this. All right, guys. Well, there's the IART on the move here, guys. And this is an earnings play. Let's take a look at LESL, just over 3. Too bad. Look left, and there's too much resistance not that far away. LESL. I mean, it could break through all this, but it's just not my style. 309. If it does break through 309, the next high on the weekly chart is 328, and that is for the LESL. I don't see any reason for this little move, but it just showed up on the momentum scan. No, 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 Greg. I'm just saying that it's a stock in play then. Okay. An earnings play for me is any stock that released earnings after hours. Okay. Let's say Tuesday is a good example. So let's say tomorrow we're looking. So for me, tomorrow, and well, let's pretend it's Tuesday. An earnings play will be a stock that released after hours on Monday and then Tuesday morning before the market opens. It just means that it's it's in play. A lot of these stocks are in play. Doesn't mean just because it's earnings, I'm going to buy it. It just means that they're active stocks to you. Because if you're like me, you're trading. If you're trading intraday, the big thing about trading intraday is to always find the stocks that are trading abnormally. And like a lot of times, stocks that release earnings, they're going to be trading abnormally on that day. Abnormally meaning abnormal volume. Okay. So you look at IART, it's trading 15 times normal. Okay. And it's a lot of these stocks, that most people don't really know about. We've got about 1,200 companies releasing earnings. I personally, I don't care about the big ones, the Apples and the Microsofts and the Googles and the Amazon. Again, if people want to trade those, that's fine. That's great. But I prefer to see these sort of ones, the ones that kind of fly under the radar, and then they have their day. Okay, because every 3 months these stocks have to release earnings. And sometimes you get these big, that's a 26% move. You're not going to get typically a 26% move in Apple. Okay. You're not going to get a 26% move in Meta. I'm not saying it's impossible to happen, but generally speaking, you're just not going to get those moves. So that's personally why I just, love these ones, like to concentrate on these ones. And it doesn't mean that, they're going to continue, even if obviously this company released earnings and right now the reaction is awesome. I mean, it's up 26%, right? Doesn't mean it's going to continue tomorrow or the next day or, after, get a couple of days from now, you might not even see this company for the next 3 months. Well, that's why you can use the race to check out things that have pulled back. As I said before, some of these, like, let's take a look at DJT. So what does it pull back to? So it's underneath the VWAP. So if the VWAP is 3043, so if it pops through the VWAP again, that might be something, that a person might want to trade. Now there are shares available at Interactive Brokers, a couple of 100,000 to short. All last week they were basically dried up. So look at this one. We had a reversal on the. Remember what I was saying? What did it get down to? Well, I actually got down a little bit below that at daily low, but this was the area that I said if you were short this one from our AI or from any other reason, this is the area to just be aware of because it did take that out by a little bit, that low there, but then it bounced and now it's through the VWAP. This is not an earnings play, guys. NN is not an earnings play, but there's certainly a bit of enthusiasm for this one. All right, so CDXC was an earnings play on Friday, and it's at that high, Friday's high. Maybe this is going to be a bit of a continuation play off earnings. This is CDXC, good volume, 1.5 million, big float. Well, big, not low, not crazy high, but 49 million in the float. Still 8 times normal volume. Let's see how well this holds 6, and see if this is one of those second day continuation of earnings. Now, I'm going to have to check the monthly chart to see where it could go before. Wow, it's got some room, I guess. So we've got to go back to I remember seeing this one on Friday. We've got to go back to November, okay, about 4 years ago before we see the next highs. So this, this has got some possibilities here. Hold 6 anyway, and could just have a little bit of a continuation off earnings. All right, guys. Well, the CDXC is definitely interesting to me. It popped up to about that 612 mark. Put an alert up in that area. It's also showing up on my 10-day daily breakout now. So I want to see if how well it holds 6. So there's your hint, Greg. Okay, I'm not telling anybody to take the trade, but I'm watching it very closely. The 610 level. If it gets back to the bid of 610, that might get me very interested. Okay. But I don't have to watch it. I can just put a price alert and let's see if it happens later. All right, Redfin now. Redfin has a little bit of room to about the 1140 mark from 11 RDFN. So again, it's Mosaic. I like it. It just has to get through that 200-day moving average. I mean, it's got a little bit of room, but less than $1 to the next high in the monthly. All right, guys. So 609, 611 on the bid ask now for CDXC. All right, let's see if it has any move in it right now. Okay. Okay, guys. Now let's see what else. Cron. So yeah, some of the I do see Tilray. I do see Tilray sort of moving. I just can't get too behind these things. But anyway, if you're into it. But Cron, CRON, is got some. I think anyway, some pretty tough resistance not that far away. Let's take a look at MSOS. Just the ETF for the. I mean, okay, it's up 3.5%. I'll give it that. Well, I have a lot of scans on the digital market. So which one are you talking about? Digital marketing in our YouTube room. I mean, this one came. I mean, I have different scans that I click on alerts. You know, it could be something from here from my large cap gainers from the open. It could be something from down here, the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. It could be one. It could be over here, a monitor that another scan and another monitor. So I mean, I have several scans that I look at all day long. So so I don't. When you say what scan that I use, I mean, and it depends on what. If you're talking with the CDXC, then that came from this. If you're talking about this one, as an example. If you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, you know these are all scans that I'm sharing. Okay. You probably should come. I mean, the focus is a lot better in the main room digital. Okay. Come into the main room. Okay. It's I don't know why when you say it's out of focus on YouTube, I do know the resolution is a lot better in the what I call the main room. So here's a link to get into the main room. And just so you know, I mean, there's a good possibility this is the last week I'll be streaming in YouTube. They'll always still the 12 to 1 will be there. Okay. One of the other traders will go into the YouTube room between 12 and 1. But whether I stream, though, I have to admit, my computer is acting quite nicely, even though I'm streaming it. But if you click on my homepage link, okay, and you see where it says trading room, click on that, you'll get into the main room. A lot more action, okay? No, I would use beta all the time, Charlie. Okay, I always use beta. Nothing wrong with the beta. All right, guys. What time is it now? 10:38. And the CDXC also showed up on that continuation scan or top list that I guess I created last week. You know, just finding stocks that had earnings reaction the day before and seeing if they take out the high. So I also found it there. In other words, what we're looking for is can a stock have a continuation day or even several after earnings? I don't know what you mean. I accidentally updated to the new version. Can I return to the beta by re-downloading it? Yeah, yeah. But what new version are you talking about? The latest version will always be the beta. But yes, Michael, you can definitely download the beta. Can you not see underneath digital marketing profit? I just put in my homepage link again. Can you not see it? Just put it right underneath where you said, where is the homepage? So I put it again. All right, guys. So CC, I mean, it could get interesting. I mean, it's holding the VWAP. That purple line on my screen is approximately the VWAP. I will say approximately because I do like to. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's approximately the VWAP. The VWAP's at 2062. So CC, it's an earnings play, pulled back into the VWAP. The VWAP appears to be trying to hold it. All right, now Wayfair is an earnings play, guys. Now it did not have a great reaction to earnings on Friday, but it's now above Friday's close. Okay, oh, way above Friday. I should say. Okay, it's above Friday's high. Sorry, it's above Friday's high. This was an earnings play on Friday. We're talking about Wayfair W. But when you look left on the daily chart, 44.33, it's got, I mean, a little bit of room, a little bit of room. I mean, if it got up there from 43.55, it'd be nice, but I don't have the faith that it's going to get all the way up to it. Yeah, SPPL is an oh no, sorry, SPPL is not an earnings play. It's SP is an earnings play. All right, well, a little bit of move now for CDXC. I was almost going to take some profit on that. Have to hopefully that bid can catch up to the ask again. Well, there's been some reversals now. Look at the OKLO. So there's been some nice reversals, and probably, I guess, is an SMR also. There's a nice reversal play for OKLO, dropped, and now it's reversing. Let's take a look at SMR. I mean, I was almost going to short that one earlier, and SMR is doing basically the same thing. And how's NNE doing? The other one? Yeah, it's kind of doing the same thing. And then the last one is LTBR. Yeah, so all the nukes kind of did the same thing. Fell and now moving higher again, or popping back up. So guys, NUWE is trying to hold the VWAP, okay? So there's a pullback to the VWAP. Excuse me, 298 is the VWAP. You can see it's just a little bit over, the VWAP. Okay, so this might again act as a pretty good support, and it might run from here. Okay, NUWE, and obviously it hit 421 or so as the high, so there was room for it to run. Boy, this holds the VWAP, guys. This could really have a nice little move in it. The NUWE. Holding the VWAP so far. NUWE still holding that VWAP. Okay, you know what? I took myself out of the CDXC, basically flat. I was hoping it would get back. I was hoping it would get back into the 220s, but don't like what it's doing right now. I am watching the NUWE though. I mean, I like the way it's holding the VWAP. It's still, I'd love to see it get into the mid-teens and then run from there. Unfortunately, I have to stare at it because there's so much volume that it could just pop quickly. So I really have to stare at it. And that's the NUWE. Tanya for Shady, doing well, TNYA. Showing up on my momentum scan. And down here, there's again, it's a real fight around that 308 to 312 mark for NUWE right now. But again, if you take this one, guys, remember that float is so low that you cannot wander away from your computer. Okay. Okay. CDXC is right back up. I'll look at it again. Come on, go. Just, yeah, you just keep checking manually. Okay. Once you're in the beta, though, oh, shoot, just give me a moment. Yeah, you just probably have to keep. I think there's a when you, I don't know, if you just go to your tools and or account, I think I can't remember where it is. Tools, options, and upgrade. It'll always tell you. But you're right. I don't know if it's okay, guys. Knock me out of the NUWE. That just as it was approaching down to 3, so it took a little loss on the NUWE. Well, I'm not anymore. I'll look at it again, but I was really hoping it would hold that 3 level. Now I see it's just at the VWAP right now. So let's see if we can get back over that VWAP and maybe hold 3 a little bit better. Okay, guys. Well, that's why you have a stop, and I don't know what this is going to do. And again, because it's such a low float, anything could happen. Anything meaning it could just have like a dollar drop like that. So no. You don't have to set up everything again, Charlie. Everything will still be there for you. Okay. Okay. It's always a good idea though to make sure you save everything to the cloud. Okay. Everything to the cloud, individual scans, your layouts and all that. But yeah, no, I mean, everything is still there for you. You don't have to worry. You don't have to recreate everything every time you upgrade to a later version of Trade Ideas. Well, Charlie creates, okay, so the question is regarding the option scanner. All it's doing is just showing you again stocks that are trading abnormally when you look at their options, okay? That's all. It's not going to tell you if it's calls or puts that are people buying or other strategies. Remember, it doesn't scan options as such. It just tells you, okay, for instance, here, well, this doesn't trade options. NUWE does not trade options, but let's take a look at, I don't know, Lyft as an example, okay? All it's doing, it's saying, okay, today Lyft has traded 10,000 options, okay, total of puts and calls. It's not anything normal. It's out abnormal. That's only 21%, okay, of what it has normally done over the last 10 days. So that's all it's doing. It's just showing you stocks that are trading abnormally, so typically the option volume in one of those scans probably has to be at least 150% of normal, sometimes 300% of normal. So that's all it's doing. It's not telling you whether everything's being done at the on the calls or puts. It's just giving you an idea about how active the stock is with respect to options. That's all it's doing. Just another way to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay, by checking their option volume. Okay, how you use it is up to you. It's like, yeah, I know. It's just, yeah. There is a specific window. I know. Yeah, but and if you want to have puts and calls, are you talking about the channel itself? Yeah. I mean, I actually did this a long. I mean, I was the one who actually created well, gave them the idea for the channel a long time ago. Not using it as much, but there's nothing more to read into it. Okay, where is it? I can't even see it anymore. Here, unusual options. Yeah, I mean, there's more on the channel. Yes, there's some races and this and that, but I don't even know what this means. But this one, the 300, 200, and 150, this is the one I put together a long time ago. It's just showing you stocks that are trading again abnormally when you look at their option volume. Okay. I never really cared about the put call ratio. Some might. All right, guys. So what is this market doing? So a minor disconnect in the market. The Dow is down, but the Nas is up, and the SPY is up a little. Okay, so a minor disconnect in the market right now between the so-called value versus growth stocks. So this NUWE could be one of those ones that I look for in the afternoon. Okay, something that has really had a big pop, kind of settles down a little bit, and then in the afternoon, meaning say, I don't know, 1:30 Eastern time, may, the enthusiasm may happen again, because you can just sort of see the volume has tailed off. Look at the volume on the 15-minute chart. The volume is tailing off, but if we get a big volume burst, in the afternoon, it could have another run. Like anything else, yeah, Charlie. I mean, anything else that you get as a scan, from a scan, how you trade it, if you trade it, if it makes sense, of course, has to be up to you. All it's doing on that option scan is just showing you stocks having abnormal option activity. So most of the time, you'll see stocks having abnormal option activity, and also their volume will be abnormal too. Rarely will you, but so taken together, that can be very powerful. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, so if we look at DJT, I mean, the high was 32.49. Okay, so there is obviously some room to the next high through the 200-day move. I'm sorry, through the VWAP. Also, if we look at the transition on the 5 minute, the color transition, give me a moment. So it went from, there's only had the one color in between going from orange to the light blue. Okay, so that's a pretty bullish pattern right now. Then going from orange and then having that cyan and then to the blue, light blue. Only one in between. We've talked about this before. We don't talk about it that often anymore. I'm still fully aware, but this is the go no go charts that you're seeing here. So staff is a buyout. Okay, that's why I really haven't talked about it much. But staff is a buyout. SCAF. I mean, it's had a nice pop. $25 million buyout. That's why I don't really talk about it too much because typically buyouts just sort of flatline. But yeah, I mean, there's no question. There's a lot of action. All right, so GJT now actually went down below. Let's see if we can at least hold the VWAP, which is 30.57 or so, 30.49 actually. Get back over 31. All right, so GJT now above the VWAP again. Well, not above it. I'm sorry, it was always above it, but above that whole number 31. Now there's a 200-day moving average. That's far enough away, though. I mean, for GJT, that's far enough away. Excuse me, the 200-day moving average is 35.28, so that certainly is far enough away. All right, NUWE is above 3 again. What sort of volume is it? See, it's right at that VWAP again. 298, just a little bit above the VWAP again. Maybe if it gets back up to 317, 320 or so, that might get it running. All right, with DJT, so you're now well above the VWAP. Okay, I'm doing this wrong. Okay, no, I'm not. Okay, guys, insight here. I'm going to start paying a lot more attention now again to the transitions, the go no go. Okay, sort of allowed it not to. No, I don't want to say not been following it. I have the go no go charts up and running all the time, but again, paying a lot more attention to this transition here: orange, cyan, blue. Okay, with so nothing between only one bar between the orange and the blue. And if you want to know what I'm talking about, you can take a look at the channel. Click on new. This is an add-on, but new, and then dock channel bar. And there's a video. So go no go charts. And there is a video, 2 videos, I think. Okay, 2 videos. And that'll explain what the go no go charts are all about. And then there's some text down here that kind of goes over the color transitions and what you're kind of looking for. Okay. Because it's an add-on, Bushra. Okay, it's a $50 a month add-on. Question is why? Oh, why do they show red and green on your screen? Sorry. So you have the product and you did the add-on, Bushra? Sorry. You did the add-on? Because what you'll see, I mean, you can, if you have to be obviously a subscriber to Trade Ideas, but if you click on new and then dock channel bar, oh, okay. Well, then here's what you do. So when you click on the go no go chart channel, okay. Now, hopefully you've seen these two videos, right? You've looked at the two videos to explain, what the whole idea, what the concept is. Now, in order to get this into a go no go chart, you have to click on any one of these symbols over here, one of these scans, okay, and that'll turn it into the go no go chart, okay. And every time you load the channel, you have to do the same thing, okay. And these are some scans. Some of them are intraday. Actually, I guess they're all no, they're all daily. They're all sort of more swing trading type scans, but you can take a look at them for sure. And if you keep on the channel and you click on a symbol, you should see it here too, and you can change it to the time frame you want. So if you wanted a 15-minute time frame, so you can keep in the channel and click on your alerts from outside, and they should change. And my machine's going a little crazy, so I'm going to just get rid of this. All right, guys. So NUWE, boy, I almost re-entered that one, but I held off, and I'm glad I did. So again, in NUWE, I want to put my alert again. I think it triggered, but let's see if it did it trigger. I might not have put the alert, so I have to put my alert around 318 or so, and just see if it can take it out later on in the day. Boy, look at the staff now. I mean, what a pop up to 360 and then right back down to 3. And look at the float, indicative of a low float. How volatile it can be. That's why I'm saying, guys, if you're taking this one, thinking, all right, it's above the VWAP, this is going to keep running. Look at all the room it's got, etc. You wander it away for like 2 minutes. Look what could have happened to you. You know what? This X is an earnings play on Friday, and the reaction was, okay, but it is now below the low of Friday. But the problem is 37.82, maybe a little close, 50 cents away. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's see what usually happens on a buyout. Well, company gets bought out. But until it happens, it's that's why people, I always have to caution people. They might see a buyout, and I'll just use, I'm not, well, staff. I have no idea what the buyout price is, but let's just say a stock is sitting at $12, okay, and some company makes a bid for them at $20, and you see the stock goes up to say 18 and not 20, and you think, well, wait a minute, if they're going to be bought out at 20 and it's only at 18 right now, why wouldn't I just buy it? Okay, and and I'll get 10% of my money. Problem is sometimes they just don't go through. There could be regulatory issues. Um, not maybe I'm not saying with staff there's going to be a regulatory issue or something happens in the interim because just because a company announces they're going to be buying a company, and even if both companies agree, it doesn't happen like instantly, and so you never know, things can happen. Look at the buyouts that were was it JetBlue and Spirit and Frontier and all that mess. And so if you thought, well, that's for sure going through, you wouldn't have been very happy. So there's no such thing as what usually happens, I suppose. But I would caution you, yeah, just if you see the buyout price and the stock is below the buyout price, and you think, wow, why don't I just buy it now and wait for that buyout to happen? Sometimes I'll be honest, I got involved in something a long time ago while it was supposed to happen, and it didn't. This is a long, long time ago. I mean, and it was, a week before the buyout, it was called off. But that's typically why I don't look at stocks. When we see something is being bought out. Now, staff is a little bit different, but typically you'll see a stock just flatlining across, in the pre-market and for the rest of the day, hardly any action. Yeah, you guys were talking about GSAT. Man, oh man, yeah, what a great move. I mean, it took out Friday's high, and it's moving. I know they had some news, Apple to invest. Well, okay. I mean, Apple to invest up to $1.5 billion in Global Star. Now, GSAT's got a huge float. Under the funding agreement, Apple will commit 1.1 billion in cash and also purchase 20% equity in Global Star for 400 million. Okay, well, on the surface, it's an eye-catching press release, no question. And that was on Friday. I will take trade ideas for 100, Alec. Here we go. ALEC, guys, a little pop here. The next high in the monthly chart looks like we're right at it. 535. Yeah, we're right at it. Now, if I can take that out, the next high is 637. So there is room on the monthly chart. But let's take a look at the weekly chart, see if I can see that high. So the next high is actually 581. Okay, so it's got to get through 535. If it does get through 535, then it is 582 is the next high on the weekly chart. So there is some room, not a low float, not high, 81 million. Now, I don't know what they're doing. They're sort of preconditioning the market. November 12th is when they have earnings, but they're trying to precondition the market. This is what you might see. So it's almost like this is an earnings play today. Boy, this is a nice gap down in reverse, guys. I think I saw this in the pre-market, but the volume wasn't anything. It's still, it's 617,000 shares. It's not a lot. It's 4.3 times normal, but this has had a nice reversal so far. It's still down and almost 10%. And there's the next high is way up here at 39. So if it wants to keep reversing, there's still room, of course. And it's above, it broke through the VWAP quite a while ago. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys. So there's another little pop here for this NSCC. I didn't take it. Should have. That would have. Oh, that would have been really beautiful. But almost a dollar pop. So again, this is. Let me go over this scan. Okay, it's a pretty interesting scan. I bring it back when we're in earnings season because this will be see a lot of stocks which will gap up and reverse or gap down or reverse or gap up and keep going or gap down and keep going. So let me explain what this is looking for. So this is it's a multi-strategy window. That's why it says M in the upper left-hand corner. Typically, the use of a multi-strategy window is if you only have, say, one monitor, you have several alert windows scattered around your one monitor. You can take the alert windows, the scans, and put them into one window called a multi-strategy window. That's the typical reason for people using a multi-strategy window. Now, I what I like to do though sometimes is put similar scans into the window. Okay, and that's what I've done here. Similar, and I'll show you. So if I right click on the multi-strategy window and hover over strategies, you see all these are just alert windows. Gap up and go, gap down and reverse, up and reverse, gap down and go. And so, but you can see I could break them out into the individual alert windows and I could have them, all four of them, just sort of on my monitor, but I choose to put them into this one. That's just me. Okay, it doesn't have to be you. So the gap up and go. What is it? What does that mean? It means the stock that gapped up and then kept going. At the time of the alert, it was still moving higher. Okay, doesn't mean it's going to keep going higher all day, but at the time of the alert, that is what was happening. Gap down and reverse, stock that gap down, like this one. Okay, the NSSC, they gap down and it reversed. The gap up and reverse, it makes sense. Stock that gapped up and then it's starting to reverse down. And then a gap down and go, stock that gap down and then kept moving down. Again, doesn't mean when you get the alert that the direction is going to continue. It could stop, in its tracks right at the time of the alert. But at least you know that something is happening. And again, when we're in earnings season, we see a lot of stocks that gap up or gap down, and then so that gives us, the idea of maybe the gap up and go, gap down and go, or the reversals. So again, that is one of the, and the way I have color coded it, for me, anything in light blue or if it's orange, it means it's a potential short, and if it's yellow, it's a potential short. Okay, anything in light blue or green is a potential long. That's just the way I've color coded it. And you can see it right here. You can see the colors, so the gap up and go, green, gap down and reverse. So these are longs, and then gap up and reverse are short colors, and then again, this is just my color. You don't have to do the same thing, of course, but that's just so I don't have to put I don't have to put it in here. I mean, I know this is a potential long. It's a potential long because of the way I've color coded it. Okay, guys, shoot. In a moment. Kind of hoping this would happen a little later. Not convinced it's going to move the NUWE, but I was kind of hoping this would happen later on in the afternoon. Yeah, I'm not taking it. I'm not taking it, guys. Just hold off. I really want this to. I mean, it may not listen to me, obviously, but what my idea is that it will kind of hold in this area until the afternoon, after lunch, noon, so say 1:30 or so, and then you get the enthusiasm coming back, and it has a real run and maybe even takes out the high of the day. It may happen sooner. It may not happen at all, of course, but with these low floaters, that is sometimes what can happen. All right, guys, 11:27. So in about half an hour, I'll be taking my break. Michael Noss, the trader it is, will be taking over for me. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in our main room so you can head over and listen to Michael. You are welcome, Global, in our YouTube room. So another one, I mean, another nice gap down and reversal play for the VRNA. Well, this summit, which was a super active one this week right here, had some, I guess, I can't remember what the news was, but it was really good news. And I think also, if I can remember, that some firms put some really high price targets on this one, like 80, 70, $80. Now, since then, it's done nothing. Talking about the SMMT, we have a $32 price target by JMP, but I'm pretty sure there were some a lot higher ones. Well, TMCI looked kind of interesting. It showed up on my momentum scan, but again, when you look left, look at all the potential resistance there is, not that far away. So it becomes a non thing I'm not interested in. The weekly chart, the same. NUWE, I know you're going to go without me. Okay, to hear my computer going. That's why I don't want to do YouTube anymore. Hasn't been terrible though. Give me a moment. Yes, DJT is definitely whippy. Did win a race. Okay, so did win a race. It looks like it's back over. You look what it did. Okay, I mean it got into the VWAP and then quite a bit below it. I mean that's 29.97. The VWAP's at 30.53. So that was 50 cents under more, and then it's through the VWAP again. So again, if you're a VWAP type player and you're looking for stocks that are breaking through the VWAP on their upside or downside, well, so far DJT has been a pretty active one. All right, LCEA. Let's see what this one is doing. LCEA, I'm sorry, LSEA, LC. So the next high, it's got some room, guys. It has room. About 60 cents to the next high. and it's above the VWAP, of course. It is, it's not a crazy low float, but it's certainly a low float, 25 million. Not a lot of volume. Look at that, 233,000 shares have traded. That's 6 times normal. I mean, if 233 is 6 times normal. Oh, see, I'm so glad I didn't get roped into taking that NUWE. What a wild one to trade still is that root. Man, it's got some wild. I mean, this got down to $67 and up to 77. So there's a $10. So you can see how abnormally it's trading. I mean, volume wise, 591, that's 3 times normal. Look at the option, 4,200 contracts so far. That's 271% of normal. And that'll keep growing, of course, as contracts increase during the day. And that is for root. I am surprised. I mean, it's hanging in here. There's still lots and lots of shares available. This is my nice trade on Thursday on the short of it. But I have to say, I thought by now it would have, almost given it all up. But I mean, it's still, on Thursday, on Wednesday, the day before it had earnings, it was a $40 stock, and it's still, $75 now. So it is, while it has, yes, dropped from 118, still well above where it started on Wednesday. Isn't this vitamin water, this cocoa, this horrible tasting cocoa? Okay, guys. So this is a lifetime high. I remember seeing this one many times. So there's cocoa, lifetime high, COCO. Had earnings on the 30th, October 30th. So I guess last week. So obviously a good reaction. It was right here. Good. Not a bad reaction to earnings. The next day, a little bit down, but no, Friday and today, big continuation. Wow, look at this. I mean, look at the option volume exploding, 1,200 contracts. I mean, not a lot of contracts, but that is 2,000% of normal. Or 20 times normal, ratio-wise. Okay, guys. Well, I got about 20 minutes left and then I'll be taking a break. So Have any questions? A good time to ask. I'm probably not going to do. I am, definitely going to be watching that NUWE later. It's still pretty darn choppy, though. What did it get up to? It got up to 320, and then it came right back down to 280. I mean, those are big percentage moves. Again, it's just hanging around that VWAP area. This is, to me, this is classic of what could happen later. And that's in NUWE. All this kind of, little hanging around in this channel. And then if we get, but look, you see, we never really got any volume coming in, like big volume coming in. We get a big volume bar like that or something, pushing it through. This could go on an end of day run. Yeah, markets are now starting to drift down. Whew. All right, guys. Well, not much for me to say right now. I mean, GJT, yeah, it's over 31 again. Very, very choppy. And look at this Mosaic. I mean, this will look really good for the longest time. This is a gap up now and reverse. Okay, gap up and reverse. I'm just looking at some of these, some of the sectors now, guys. So yeah, so I guess oil had a little pop, right? So, but it's still underneath the XLE, the main ETF for energy, still underneath the 200-day moving average. XLV now is underneath healthcare. Healthcare sector is underneath the 200-day moving average. Retail still above it, but not by much. Okay, so I don't know if I saw this one in the pre-market. It really didn't. I may have, but I don't know if maybe the volume. See, the volume is just not that great. Talking about the NGNE, I mean, 300,000 shares. That's 13 times normal. The low float, 11 million. Had some news, something about a pipe investment expected to bring in gross proceeds of $200 million. So, I mean, it is popped. I mean, that's a big pop, of course. Huge pop, 47%. But in my opinion, the volume is just not that great. Wow. But that is a big, big move. Is this shortable? It is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Interesting. And you can see the spread is terrible. I mean, 67.36, 68.14, so it's a bad spread, which is indicative of, a stock this expensive having that sort of a float and not a lot of volume. Well, relative volume is high, but the absolute volume is just not even there. It does trade options, 344 contracts, which represents about 10 times normal. Ugh, ADN, another one just giving it up now. All right, guys, another 14 minutes or so for me. Before I take my break, Michael Noss will take over for me in our YouTube room at around noon Eastern time. Well, W now. Okay, so Wayfair underneath the VWAP, of course, but also if you follow Steve Gomez at all, you know that, and Steve at Trade Ideas, you know that he loves that 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. That's what that yellow line is. So it is closed below it. And it's just below the whole number. The low on Friday was, wow, 38.97. So it is about $3 to that next low. And with the market doing what it's doing, I mean, Wayfair could just keep continuing down for a while. And that is W. Okay, guys. Well, as I wait for Michael to take over for me, what I'll do is I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you guys can head over and listen to Michael while I'm on my break. So again, YouTubers, I'm really considering Friday being the last day I actually stream on YouTube. So still be one of the traders will go into YouTube between 12 and 1. But you know what? This at the end of this week, this might be the last time I stream into YouTube. So all you have to do is come into the main room. Again, I'll show you how. So you click on my homepage link. Well, that didn't work. Give me a moment. Oh, that's why. Okay, so there you just click on my homepage link, and at the top, now if it looks like this, whoops, maybe depends how wide your window is. Just expand it, and at the top here, you'll see trading room. Okay, and that's how you get into the main trading room. And that room is usually open till 4. There's just a lot more action in it, more traders tossing around ideas. Okay, from my homepage, Rui, from my homepage, just click on my homepage link. Okay, and when you do that, scroll down a bit, and then when you see my scan section, click here, scan section, then at the bottom, relative strength leaders right here. Okay, as well as the other scans that I'm sharing, but you're looking for that one specifically right here. So yeah, William says he'll keep the main room open until say 4ish, as he calls it. Sometimes he'll keep it a little later than 4, maybe. Some depends on who is releasing earnings right at 4. Boy, did this one ever get thumped, didn't it? I mean, it had the big pop pre-market up to $91. Oh, this is like the root, guys. This is as bad as the root. $91 now down to 65. Obesity drug. Weight loss or obesity pill brawl continues. Okay, here we go. about it right here. I mean, it's still up. Well, it's okay. It is up from, what's interesting now, it's down 10%. Ugh, what a great, breakdown through that VWAP, which was around $76, 300, 3.8 times normal in terms of option volume, 12 times normal with respect to volume. It's mid stage. Okay, thank you, William. So I guess that is, I guess, the reason why. I mean, if it was late stage, phase three, and but phase two still. I love it though. The obesity pill brawl continues. Or does somebody buy them out? So I guess they're a fairly big company. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement up here. Just waiting for Michael to show up to take over for me. Well, I mean, this still has room to go. Also, VKTX, the next low looking left is around 63.61. So it has quite a, about what, $1.50 or so to that next low. Takes that out. Then you've got this down here of the 200-day moving average around 60. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. Okay, so I'm not muted. This is really interesting, though. If it takes us 65, DJT is still chopping around. NUWE is now really setting up the way I was hoping. If it can just stay here for the next hour or so, I mean, we're already talking. This is 10:25, so but an hour and a half, it's just been sort of sitting around this area. Look at the 15-minute chart. All that could happen though is a big volume surge comes in, popping it through all this, and we could go on a late day run. Could go on a later day run, and that's for the NUWE. Okay, guys, and as I say, I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. Fever, FVRR, guys. That is now a gap down and go. So Fever, FVRR, must have just made a new low. Yeah, you can see what happened here. So it just made a new low. It was an earnings play a few days ago. And you can also tell, I think Michael just showed up, guys. So just give me a moment, Michael. So you can also see that in the halts resumes, we haven't had that much action. Normally, this is really, really active. Haven't had that much action in the halts resumes today. Anyway, this one just got halted, SPPL. Okay, guys, Michael is in our YouTube room right now. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour at 1 p.m. Eastern time. And now I can welcome Mr. Michael Noss to our YouTube room. I'm assuming anyway. I heard a little pop. So,
yep, absolutely.
All right. Well, are you all excited about tomorrow?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be watching the whole kabam. What is it? Oh, the election.
The problem is that when it's in theory it's over, it just starts all over again. You know, like it just doesn't end.
Well, yeah, they have one. They have one every 2 years. It's wild. It's like it's different things, but then 2 years from now.
Oh, I see. Yeah, exactly. With Senate and Congress or the House of Reps. Yeah, I know. But even the race for president doesn't really end. I mean, the next day, you know, it starts again almost. So anyway, it'd be interesting to see what happens.
I am glad the markets won't care anyway. That's all that matters.
It doesn't appear that the market's going to care one way or the other.
Yeah.
All right, my friend. Well, listen, I'll take my leave now. We'll see you in about 1 hour.
Absolutely.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as always, giving Barry some much needed time off to go drink 27 beers and opening up the room to some live Q&A. So, for the next hour, I'll be here hanging out, chatting about whatever it is you guys want to chat about when it comes to trading or trade ideas or any of that kind of stuff. So definitely make sure you're asking questions. I'm here on the web just because I've been using that more and more as the scans got better and better. Just trying to see what's going on today. So it looks like solar's doing well. Uranium's doing poorly. And the S&P 500 just took a little bit of a drop here. I don't know if some news came out or what it is, but yeah, it took a little bit of a drop. Do that year to date. We'll keep an eye on the S&P 500. It's funny. I'll see if I can actually find the screenshot. So I did a whole presentation on Trader TV this morning, all about the election and generally what happens in the market and all that kind of stuff. So maybe we can chat a little bit about that while I wait for questions. But the chart that stood out to me the most, see if I can find it here. I have the whole presentation here if you guys want to see it, but copy this and then go over here. The chart that I think stood out to me the most was this one right here. And this, very simply put, just says that this line right here is the election day. then this is a average look of the VIX, right, or historical volatility based on what we're seeing there. And essentially what it's just saying is that come election day, that's usually the height of volatility for this period of time, and then it just fades down to inauguration day, and then as soon as that's done, you just get normal volatility returning after that, right? So if you take that and you go to something like, let's say, UVXY, which is just a volatility future or volatility ETF. Right, we've had, take out a couple of these days, but we've had kind of increase. Let's just look at this VIX futures. VIX futures chart. No data to display. Come on. One year. Yeah. So you can see the VIX has been kind of trailing higher a little bit here, just showing increased volatility as time goes on, right? This July, this spike was the carry trade shenanigans, you could call it. And then ever since then, we've just been drifting higher. But according to this, it makes perfect sense, because it makes sense that we drift higher up until the time of the election. And then after the election, volatility starts to sell. And generally speaking, when volatility starts to sell, you get the market trend in a nicer, kind of better direction. So that just might be exactly what we're seeing here, which is what we should be seeing. Right? Before the election, you get all this volatility shenanigans as candidates battle it out and new polls come in, and this guy's going to win, that guy's going to win, whatever it is. And then from there, once that's done, the market settles and goes, okay, go from there. But a lot of good charts. I really liked this chart here too. So a lot of these are from Y charts. It does a lot of this analysis, but basically just showing, this is a chart. If you had 10 grand in 1950 and you put it in the market, and versus if you were like a really partisan hack, and you said, I'm only going to invest when my team is in power. And if your team was Republicans, that 10 grand turns to 77K over like 70 something years. If your team is Democrats, you're going to say, well, I'm going to be in, it's going to be 440,000. So you do better, you do significantly better, over 5 times better. But if you just said, I'm just going to invest and keep my money in anyway, for those 70 years, that 10 grand's 3.5 million. Right. So it's just just shows like a wild difference between people who are very partisan about, this is the person they think it's very important that this person wins, or it's very important that that person wins, or whatever it is, versus people who just focus on what's going on. So, and then you'll see a lot of these plays like this DJT. I think this fading off right before the election makes perfect sense. The best quote I heard on this one is that if Trump loses, this is going to go to 0. And if Trump wins, it's probably going to go to $10. Like it seems like it could be a big sell the news event. But other than that, everyone's waiting, right? If we zoom out on the SPY, yes, we're getting a little bit of a sell, right? Looking at the 15-minute chart, something happened here and we're starting to go down a little bit. But if you go way out and you just kind of zoom out and you see what's actually happening in the market, is a whole lot of nothing. This thing's been at this price, call it, 560. It's been at 560-ish for months now. And we had these prior highs right here. This was that carry trade drop. And then when we broke that level right there, we were up a little bit and then we're back down to test the breakout. Just a whole lot of slop action, which day traders obviously don't care. That doesn't affect you guys at all. Swing traders, right? That becomes a different beast entirely, in which we want trends, right? Day traders are and short-term traders are totally cool with more volatility. Longer-term traders like myself, we really want some form of trend, some form of something to sink our teeth into that's going to move for an extended period of time. Yeah, chop, 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 chop. Now, anything else interesting? So uranium is something that I've, if you guys have been paying attention to the podcast, right? Me and Steve have been all over nuclear stuff for a while now. I'm watching this pullback in uranium because it's just getting to a very interesting level. If we do a little zoom out and just draw, right, we have this prior congestion range back here. And we had the prior high back here. It was also this low back here. And broken, retest, back to this on uranium. The reason for this is a lot of those crazy uranium plays end up being like super, super interesting, where you've got SMR, OKLO, NNE, just tons and tons of these different ones. OKLO, SMR being one of my favorites. It's massive move, and now it's pulling back into this zone right here. Had a couple good SMR trades, so it's something that I just kind of want to focus a little bit on. But let's take a look at some of my algos and see. CVNA is one that I'm watching closely. I run a pullback algorithm that I really, really like, and has been doing very well in this increased volatility kind of wild market. And it triggered today at like 222-ish here. So this is one that I'm watching very closely to see if we can get something on the 15-minute or the 30-minute to really get me involved. And that might just look like, right, we had a big push up and then a pullback. This 230 area is both yesterday's close and almost the high right here. So we've got some range going on there. So it might just be as simple as, hey, if we get above that 230 on Carvana, CVNA, that might be an interesting play. At some point, this thing's got to chill out. Like this daily chart, Carvana's gone from a low of pennies. It was priced to bankruptcy. It was definitely below $1. and gone all the way up to $240, just murdering shorts along the way, just destroying time after time short players as time goes. So balancing out here a little bit on the SPY. And a couple bottoming tails here. Bitcoin's just been getting shellacked, I bet. Yeah, Bitcoin's just been not doing well. I don't know if there's like maybe a political candidate supposed to be better for Bitcoin or worse than Bitcoin or whatever, but um, the or if it's just teasing people, because this Bitcoin breakout, if we zoom out here, people have been waiting for this breakout to occur for ages and just can't get going, can't get up off the floor at all. So I think this is just more of the same. This increased volatility, increased chop, you know. Where is this Bitcoin? I still think Bitcoin in the longer run is looking for a breakout, but like where do you pick up this dip at? Like this area is kind of interesting. I do a lot of the ETF type style trading. I do some of the pure cryptocurrency as well, but I just like trading the ETFs because I can do so inside the same account in which I do most of my trading anyway. Just makes life easier. Problem is, if something wild happens over the weekend, Well, looks like we're trying to find a little bottom here, an IBIT anyway. Then there's still a few minutes left in that candle. That's a nice looking 15-minute, maybe bottoming tail there. Yeah, that's an interesting candle. Let's put on a stochastic. Yeah, so it's oversold, crossing up. That's the buy signal if you're someone who uses stochastics. Could be a short-term little Bitcoin bottom here. Might be a place to take a shot. Yeah, that's getting pretty bouncy. I just bought a little bit here. Bitcoin, just trying to snag, see if this is going to be a short-term little bottom place to pick some up. Like I mentioned, I kind of like the way that where the daily chart is here. Not that button, this button. And pulled back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days in a row. Back into this prior base. The 15-minute chart's looking a little bit overdone to the downside. And a little bit of a top or cross right here on the stochastic. Just could be a nice place to take a shot. All right, let's see what else is going on out here. Let's go into high short float plays, because if the market is going to look to bounce, this is actually one of my favorite dashboards that we have here now. Again, as someone who's a Mac dude and attempts very much to use the web version as much as I can, basically all these are going to be stocks that are moving and stocks that have a relatively high short floats. Right, so ZIM, for example, interesting high right here and a 18% short float. RNA, potential bullish engulfing candle here with a 16% short float. Just a way to go through and see and keep an eye on what's moved in the last little bit. That again has a relatively high short float, so has that ability to really start cranking if things actually happen. With Bitcoin, what do I think of the historical halvening trends? The problem with that, swing this Bitcoin halvening charts. right? It's talking about this stuff like, right? Ooh, that's an ugly chart. All Twitter. Just take me to the chart, man. Yeah, like stuff like this, like the halvening happens and then you get a rocket, and the halvening happens and you get a rocket, and so on and so forth. Problem with stuff like this is you always need to look, what's your sample size, right? How many samples do you have on something to see if it has any predictive power? There's been 4 halvenings total in Bitcoin. So it's like there's an historical thing and it's batting 100% accuracy and all that kind of interesting stuff, but you just always got to look at it and say, okay, well, uh, right, it's happened 4 times. you know go go flip a coin 4 times and then tell me what the win rate is on that coin flip, right? That's the problem. That's always the biggest issue, is that you've got 4 occurrences. So a thing I always say to make sure people understand sample size is actually, like, if you have a coin right now, flip it 5 times and tell me what happened. And it's not, of course, won't be 50-50 because you're flipping it 5 times. But even if you flip it 6, it's not going to give you the answer that that's going to happen. So I would pay attention to stuff like this, but at the end of the day, price is going to be what pays. Uh, just because it's just the way there's just not enough data here, I guess, is just the big sample for me. But the way I just look at Bitcoin is it's something that's trying very hard to get to new all-time highs, and things that generally try very, very hard to get to new all-time highs, eventually it's good to take them through all-time highs. It's better to buy strength than buy weakness. It's all stuff that we know to be true. So what I do is I look at opportunities like this. Like, I mentioned that I was getting in here, so I'm up obviously a very tiny amount on this trade so far, but I'm trying to buy pullbacks into overall. So um, yeah, because generally things when they break new all-time highs don't do so. They don't make it easy on you. They- they're not nice about it. They're not clean. So instead of chasing the thing through all-time highs, what normally makes a little bit more sense is when something is near all-time highs, buying pullbacks and trying to take your shot, right? And again, there was nothing sophisticated about my entry here at all, right? Which is like around $38. Just it's down a bunch of candles in a row. It had shot down, and that candle was turning green. It was just looking like, for lack of a better term, a potential reversal. So I just picked some up, and then my stop's just going to be, around 38. So I was in, right, this 38, I think 38.30 ish. And then my stop's like 38. And it's just, if I nailed a bottom today, great. Then I've got a good price to potentially sell some at the end of the day and hold some on and that kind of thing. So, Why do people use IBIT when they have MSTR? It's just, you're right. IBIT's going to move slower, but it does so because it has less risk, right? So it's just a risk reward play, right? If you play something like MSTR, you have an insane owner that you've got to deal with. Plus, MSTR actually loses a fair amount of money over time. It's just the way she goes. So it's the, do you want more volatility? Then great, MSTR is going to give you more volatility on both sides. It has a higher short float, all of those things. Something like IBIT is going to give you less volatility. So it's really just a matter of, they're both going to track Bitcoin to some degree. But let's say, not wishing ill on anyone, but let's say someone like Michael Saylor, who's the CEO of that, falls ill or gets hit by a bus or something, right? Just be blunt. MSCR is going to crash. If he does something crazy, which the guy's insane, so he will do something crazy at some point, it's going to affect the price as well. So it's not a perfect correlation to Bitcoin in the way that a Bitcoin ETF would be a way higher correlation to Bitcoin. Right. But again, there's nothing wrong with it. It's more volatility. More volatility means you generally have to assign less buying power to it, which there's a lot of good things there as well. But it just depends on your goal, how long you're looking to hold. I've traded MSTR a few times already with different algorithms that I run. I just know, it is what it is, right? It's going to be an incredibly volatile instrument. Like the increased price right now has a lot to do with the fact that interest rates are getting lowered and things like that have nothing to do with Bitcoin. So you've got just more factors controlling that as well. So it's just volatility, right? Volatility changes. So we got another 25 minutes for questions, guys. So any questions, trading, trade ideas, any of that stuff, certainly let me know. Yeah, Boat Sailor. Yeah, yes, definitely has a shady past. The whole creditor thing is interesting because he's buying a whole lot of Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin crashes and the value of MicroStrategy crashes enough, It could be something, right? So yeah, so the idea is that basically MicroStrategy and MicroSailor um, own enough Bitcoin that if the price of Bitcoin goes low enough, and then the price of the value of MicroStrategy goes low enough, which MicroStrategy doesn't make any money, it just owns Bitcoin. It's just all the company does. Uh, then he would be forced to sell, and him forcing to sell would, because he owns so much Bitcoin, would cause Bitcoin to crash further, and so on and so forth, causing this just like a potential implosion of crypto as a whole. I don't know what you're talking about with the 60-second video, my wife. I don't know if that's trading or trade ideas related, though. I know Steve's daughter does some videos. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but I don't know why that. His idea is to give you a better yield on Bitcoin. Yeah, and again, leverage is one of those things. You look at any point through history, leverage is a great idea. It makes everyone a whole bunch of money until the moment it doesn't, right? Uh, if he's buying Bitcoin, if he's taking out loans to buy Bitcoin, that's fine as long as the price of Bitcoin goes up. If he's wrong and the price of Bitcoin goes down, then how the hell is he going to pay back these loans, right? If you took out a mortgage for $200,000 and, um, if I take out 100 grand and Bitcoin doubles, that's great. I can pay back my mortgage, I can pay back my loan, and then I still have 100 grand worth of Bitcoin. It's great. Yeah, if Bitcoin goes to 50 grand, well, crap. Maybe I need to sell Bitcoin at 50 grand to cover the collateral for the loan. So that's the worry, right? Is that if he's wrong, then shit, it's a fan, right? His fan in a big way. So it's right. Well, you could even use FTX as an example. Right? FTX was doing some crazy nonsense, and that crazy nonsense was fine until Bitcoin started to sell off. And then all of a sudden, when Bitcoin started to sell off, that's when all of his frauds and everything came to life, right? And you wouldn't, if Bitcoin kept moving higher, then you wouldn't know that that he was such a fraud, right? So yeah, it's one of those things that could, if he's right, he'll be a hero. If he's wrong, he'll be a villain, because not only will anyone who's invested in MicroStrategy get smoked, but he may actually bring down the entire crypto world, if not forever, just for a little bit. So yeah, it's worrisome, you know. So again, if you want that increased leverage, which is also going, increased leverage works in two directions. So when you're right, you're going to do much better. When you're wrong, you're going to do much worse. Uh, if you want to play that game, you can play that game, which I have, right? And I do if it comes into a setup that I like. If you just want to have exposure to Bitcoin and you want to do so through the stock market, well, you can just use this ETF. This ETF's not losing money, right? This company's not going anywhere. They're going to charge you a little tiny management fee. In return for that little tiny management fee, you get Bitcoin exposure. So, it's just about none of those are, one of those isn't good and the other one isn't bad. It is just the fact that it's a different risk profile of what it is that you're trying to get, right? Um, it's nothing wrong with leveraging yourself up, right? Doing something like MSTR, and there's nothing wrong with kind of leveraging yourself down. And there may be times for both. I'm just trying to buy a little bit of a bounce here and to see if I can get a decent price. If this moves back up through 40 and beyond, then I'll have some Bitcoin in my holdings from a good price. If not, I'll just kind of take a few bucks and walk away. But yeah, it's just different things, right? You could also do things like Coinbase. Coinbase, for example, is going to move with Bitcoin to some degree as well. So you could take those as well, right? Will we ever be able to get interest on Bitcoin holdings? You can. There's some places you can. Like I know, is it Bitfinex? I think there's a couple of these places that will allow you to lend out your Bitcoin for other people's margin trading, and you can make some money off that. The problem with doing something like that is you're always going to have your coins custodianed somewhere else, and that's just going to be part of it, right? If you want to make money, make uh, interest on Bitcoin, then yeah, you can do that, but you're gonna have to give someone your Bitcoin in order to do it, right? And then that becomes a little bit of a problem because it's like somebody has to hold your Bitcoin, and then you're worried about FTX and all of these things as well, right? So that becomes a problem. So, well, no, well, the thing is, long term, none of these plays, right? Coinbase, even like Mara or Wolf, all these guys in the long run are going to do worse than Bitcoin is because they have to, they're businesses, right? So Wolf has to buy computer equipment and draw in power and then create Bitcoin with that power. So they've got a lot of overhead to do those things. The same with Coinbase, there's a lot of overhead to do those things. Same with MSTR, right? If MSTR continues to lose money, at some point it has to do one of two things. It has to, because it has loans, right? So at one point, right, the last earnings per share was negative $1.72. They have $48 million in cash. And where's their current debt? $4.2 billion in debt. So at some point, they either have to make money or they have to sell assets to pay off debt. It's the only way uh, you can do that, right? So the for the kind of intermediate term time, these things are going to underperform uh, that as well, right? That's going to be hard. Like MSTR is going to have to at some point sell Bitcoin. So the question is, if you want to get into a business that is going to reflect the price of Bitcoin and do well, well, the reason I like something like Coinbase or say Robinhood is that you're going to get if uh like I guarantee you if Bitcoin, like I can't guarantee you anything, but I think if Bitcoin goes to $200,000 a coin, you're going to get Coinbase moving up even if it doesn't double or triple, I think that'd be a triple, like Bitcoin does, you're going to get a great return out of Coinbase. There's no way that wouldn't happen. However, if you just believe in the overall, crypto is going to be a thing and there's going to be more cryptos and they're going to have more utility and all this kind of stuff, well, Coinbase will benefit from that as well, even if Coinbase stays still. And then you take someone like Robinhood, who, full disclosure, I own some Robinhood from way, 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 way back. I bought some in like $10. Yeah, like I think when it broke here, so probably 13. And this is just like a long-term holding I have now because it was just breaking out of a monster base on the overall chart, right? Let's just do chart got a little messy there. Let's just do like a monthly chart. Yeah, when it broke out of this like insanely long-term base that it put in, I bought some and just kind of tucked it away somewhere. But the thing I like about these guys as well is that if we have another crazy crypto cycle where people are trading Dogecoin and all this again, Robinhood will benefit from that. But at the same time, it's just a legitimate business that makes money, right? It has cash. It has a growing base. So there are ways to get exposure that might not be pure play exposure, but you're doing so in companies that even if I'm wrong and Bitcoin doesn't break out and doesn't get to 100,000, Robinhood should still be fine, right? Robinhood's not going anywhere. Right? They have a massive clientele. That group of clientele seems to be growing. They seem to be maturing. A lot of things like this is happening. So it's a good way to get that exposure. So for me, it's like a Mara. The way this is, I guess, easy to break it down. An MSTR or a Mara or a Riot or Wolf. These to me are ways that could be good short-term leveraged crypto plays. So if you think over the next week or so, crypto is going to do very, very well. I think these names are fine for that because something like Mara that's got a 27% short float could really get going over that short period of time. If you want to hold for the long run and you're looking for more of a longer term play on Bitcoin, I would say one of the Bitcoin miners like an IBIT or something like Coinbase or Robinhood that will have some exposure to the crypto space, but are also just companies that make money, right? And have shareholders and provide shareholder value and all that stuff. It's just a good way to play that at the same time. So it just becomes a, which just shows you how you can have an idea for a play, but then the second part of the play can also be the best way to express this, right? Purest play is just to buy Bitcoin, but the way just my personal finance looks, I have some money in Kraken, which is just a crypto exchange, and I can do some amount of trading there. But most of my money is in the U.S. stock market stuff. So the plan is to, simply use that big pool buying power I have to say, okay, it's time to start going, right? So, I can trade in both, right? I could hold it long term in the crypto place and I could take these shots here or there, or I could just add in some of those other ones like Hood or Coinbase if I just wanted to add them to a longer term portfolio. Okay. Oh. Yeah, these SMRs, these small modular reactor guys, they're one way to play it. NLP, is it? No, NLR. NLR is an interesting ETF. This one just has all of them, has SMR, OKLO, and then a lot of the big nuclear plays, and has some just nuclear energy as a whole. Just a lot of different ways to potentially play going on there. in that space, and then it might just be that might be better than picking some of them. And then it also might make sense just to buy some uranium. I talked about that level, and that's interesting. So if uranium turns green today or something, I just might take a shot at it there, put my stop under that low, and just take that play. It's the same way as we were talking about before with there's a good parallel to draw here. If uranium is ripping because nuclear is going to be in higher demand because of all these things, then of course something like OKLO is going to continue. But with OKLO, they've lost $5 a share last year. So these things become hard. Same with SMR, right? These are not these are more like R&D kind of companies. So they're going to have that high beta, that high leverage. So just how far out on the risk scale do you want to go with these plays? I've traded SMR a bunch. I'll probably trade it again. But I just know that that's going to be a riskier play. If I just think over the next few years that uranium is going to be a big deal, I'll just buy some uranium, and then there's the whole, you don't have to do one or the other. You can do both. You could say, I really think uranium is going to be a key and nuclear power is going to be amazing over the next 2-3 years because of AI. Well, you could take 60% of whatever money you're going to put in that play, and you could put some of that in URA, right? And then you could take another bit of it and you could put that into these more speculative plays. And then if you're right on the whole thing, you'll probably do very well. If you're wrong, then URA is probably not going to go to zero, so you'll be fine there. But something like an SMR, an OKLO, or an NNE is the other one. These things could be like $10 or $5 stocks next year, and it wouldn't really shock anyone. Right? They're just more speculative bets. So if you're right, you're going to be really right. If you're wrong, you're going to be really wrong, kind of thing. I've still been watching this MindMed too. It's just flat on the day, just because of drug still holding on. And tried to take a little move today. So I was watching MindMed because it's the same space. Earnings in 3 days though, that's pretty bad. So I'm not interested there. What a bounce there on the SPY. Just again, more volatility. That looked like it was going to break that candle and start getting bad, and then bounce, and it's nearly flat on the day. So once again, all the perm bears get absolutely wrecked, as they always do. But yeah, what a bounce. What about the other ones? QQQ? Yeah, that turned green. According to the chart, it should be green. IWM. Nice bounce on IWM. RSP is our equal weight, so we're up on an equal weighted basis. So that looks like that was just a little bit of a drawdown that continues. So this high short float, right, you can watch the money machine here and see what it's doing. It's still involved in this RNA, making some money here. I like this chart. I just like this candle, this bullish engulfing candle, right at the support area. But with earnings tomorrow, I just really can't. I can't justify pulling the trigger there. And what else is up here? GCI, it's Gannett. That's not the GCT, I think, is a private prison. BCT's a really clean looking pullback here with a 31% short float. Whoo, that's substantial. So that's, I just saw the news that's causing the uranium stuff to fall. I guess the Amazon was rejected, sucking more nuclear power to deal with their AI.
Michael.
Very.
Well, I guess I'll take over for you now. I heard you tail end talking about crypto and all that, and a little bit of uranium. Yeah, it's and of course the market with the big bounce.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of this, right? I showed them this chart, which I think is a good chart earlier. It just shows the volatility spiking seasonality wise around this election time, and then just kind of trails
Right.
off to nothing. So, and right, this is the VIX. This is what we usually see. This is what we are seeing. A little bit of a ramp up in volatility, and then it falls right off once it's decided. Everyone knows who's won, and it's time to move on with their lives.
It might take about 6 months to figure out who won, but hey.
I think they'll know tomorrow. I'm hoping.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think they're going to know tomorrow. Not 100%. But listen, you know what? I guess all we have to do is wait. All we can do is wait and see what happens.
I want to stop.
All right, my friend.
That's all I want.
I'll take over the screen again. See you next week.
All right. Have a good one.
Okay. Bye. Now, it doesn't look like, well, you know, I shouldn't say it. Maybe I'm early, but it doesn't look like the NUWE is going to, it looks like it's dropping a little too much for me. Yeah. Doesn't work. You know, it had to hold in this area, in my opinion, in this area here, and then maybe take the pop up. Now, Captain, I've been reading your comments. Now, look, you know, I know what you're talking about. You're very fundamental when you look at stuff. All I do, and I think a lot of us do, who are, like really just intraday traders, it's the perception of the press release. Okay. Whatever the perception of some kind of a very good looking press release. And that's what pops the stock. Nobody is, this NUWE, nobody, at least not me. I'm not saying, oh yeah, well now this is a great company, I'm going to hold this. Just the perception of the press release that came out, and it's eye-catching, and so it popped it. All we try to do is just take advantage of it as best we can and then move on. Certainly not not going to analyze it to death to say, well, you know what, they shouldn't really do what it's doing. There's so many stocks that shouldn't be doing what they're doing, but they do because of perception. But as long as we realize that perception does not necessarily turn into reality. That's all. That's for me anyway. Talking about, man, that NGNE, what a run it had after. I was talking about this right about, come on. I think it was right about here, okay, around that 61 mark, 61, 62 mark. And then it just absolutely exploded all the way up to 73. Came right back down. Again, I have no idea. I don't know what their news is. Yeah, I mean, I do see what their news is. This pipe investment expected to bring in gross proceeds of $200 million. Whether that makes the company profitable or I don't really care. All I care about is, can we take advantage of a move, enough of a move to make some money and then get out? We even saw this one down here, this LC down around the 1135 mark. I remember that. I think I was wondering if it could take this out on the weekly chart. Well, it certainly did that. Last time we looked at Wayfair, it looked like it wanted to maybe drop. Okay, so it is coming right into that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. That is Wayfair W. So will that stall it? Will that stall it and then continue down? All right, guys. So I did not get back into DJT. I was on my break, did not get back into it, but definitely a nice little run. Again, there's that 200-day moving average. Okay, right up there at 35.42. So about $3 still has $3 to the 200-day moving average that wants to keep moving. me a moment, guys. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, I mean, the GJT, I mean, again, there's your 200-day moving average, 35.42. So it still has a ways to go. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but boy, there are a lot of shorts available now at Interactive Brokers after last week not had hardly having any. So there's obviously been a lot of short covering now. Because the last time I looked, there were a couple 100,000 shares. Now there are 604,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. So there's been I guess, a lot of short covering as this thing is climbing a bit. Even Fun is having a bit of a run here, guys. PHUN, after being now that's coming right into a high, a daily high. Okay, right into the high looking left, which is 733. So it's getting very close to that high. And if it can take out 733, then 750. So the big thing to get through for Fun, if it's going to run a bit, would be to get through 750. If it gets through 750, then when you look left on that daily chart, you've got 960. And again, remember, the reason it had this big drop was the CEO basically leaving. This is just purely a sympathy play with the GJT. Well, unless my eyes are no 602,000 shares at Interactive Brokers now for GJT. There you go. So you don't really trade intraday at all, Captain? I'm just trying to figure out what you don't trade intraday at all because these are just intraday trades. Or intraday ideas, I should say. I mean, a lot of stuff comes through all these scanners, but they're just ideas. Here's this CABA. I saw this CABA while I was on my break. CABA, little bit of room, okay, 423 or so. NXT guys. So NXT, another one that just over the whole number, trying to bounce back a little bit. I mean, it's been this is another. So it's a solar play. Well, you know what? I mean, I would be putting a price alert, guys, on the fund at around 750. Put a price alert at 750. It may not ever take it out. It may not do it today. Again, it may never do it. But you can see if it does take out 750 at some point, this could. I mean, you've got all sorts of room on this daily chart. Why is Madrigal? Why is it up so much? Okay, I haven't seen this one today. MDGL, and the answer is well, I think it's just a continuation off earnings test. It had earnings on 31st. Okay, I think it's just a continuation. That's all it is. So obviously, here was a reaction 2 days ago, and it's just a continuation play off earnings. It was an all-time high here. It's an all-time high here. All-time high here. Outside the price range I normally look at, so that's why it's not showing up on my scanners. But it's the only thing I can think of. All right, 34 in reach now for DJT. In fact, reached. And again, guys, getting closer now to that 200. Man, it's getting really close to that 200-day moving average. Will that stop it? The 200-day moving average is 35.20. So, about $1.30 away from that 200-day moving average. And of course, if you take a longer term view of all this, the high was way up here just last week. Seems like a longer time ago, but just last week, $55 or so. All right, guys. So just one last look at my homepage. Okay. So again, this promo code that I'm going to display, in theory, it's over tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. In theory, possibility. Sometimes, I do notice that it does get excuse me, when I test it the following day after the what the email says till November 4th. Sometimes it will be the next day also, but no guarantees. So if you're looking for 25% off a subscription, then just click on my homepage link. And there's the promo code you can use, okay? Barry25. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And if you do take out a subscription, please use the code, whatever the code is. Okay, right now it's Barry25. That's on my homepage. That'll really help to keep the room free. It is that simple. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started, 10 short videos running through the major elements of trade ideas. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, this is a free series of videos. Michael Noss created them. Michael was in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Relieving me. So he created them. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week is also free. You can sign up right here. If you sign up for the trade of the week, you'll get it before the markets open Monday morning. If you sign up and you don't think you're getting them, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And then here are my scans. If you're looking for my scans, so if you sign up for Trade Ideas, you have access to all my scans and others. We have a lot of others in our channel bar. But here are the scans that I am currently sharing with people. And the ones that you can actually, that you can see displayed, the large cap gainers from the start of the race is right here. Halts resumes is over here. Relative strength leaders is here. Upside movers versus downside movers is here. Look at PACS. You're right, William. PACS. Wow. And the other ones that I actually have up and running on another monitor, I have a momentum scan, which is there. And I've got my gap continuation or reversal, which is here. And then also the 10-day daily breakout, don't repeat, not many alerts, which is what I want. I don't want a lot of alerts in here. There's some fairly tough filters in here. And that's what, when I say tough, like a relative volume of 8, things like that. So that's why I don't get too many, which is exactly what I want. I do not want too many. So I have other scans though that I'm willing to share with you. You can take a look at them. Okay. And of course, you can ask me questions all day long. This is a trading room, but it's a support room also. So again, if you have a question, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. You know what? NUWE is starting to come back a little bit. Okay. Just a little bit. So you never know. With that float, you never know. Yeah, that was a pretty big pullback though, but would have to get through the VWAP and then would have to get through 3 and they have to do it on volume. See, the volume's picking up a little bit. You can see a little bit of a volume burst. Certainly can't see it though on a 15. Wow. So this one a long time ago, guys, and this just kept running and running and running. So LC now coming right into that 200, that not the 200-day, but the next daily high, which is around 1220. So that could stall it. There are shares available for me to short at Interactive Brokers around 370, so 1,000. So there are shares available. And this is an earnings play. LCEA is an earnings play. Oh, I hope it halted on the way up for you there, William. Ooh. PAX just got halted on the way down, right? I was hoping, because I think you said you were taking long in that. Yeesh, 32.87. Okay, I don't know. Like, are you out of it now? Boy, Hindenburg strikes again. How to become a billionaire in the skilled nursing industry by systematically scamming taxpayers. So for them to put out a press release like that with a headline like that, they've got to be pretty sure of themselves, right? The reason being is that, that is pretty inflammatory, not pretty, awfully inflammatory. And I'm sure that if there was any, not if this was not true, PAX would be all over them, lawyers. But anyway, I'm sure they're going to come out and defend themselves at some point and say, what they looked at was misleading, et cetera, et cetera. That's typically what happens eventually. But for them to have enough, I won't say the word, but for them to be very certain about what they're saying there, I mean, scamming taxpayers. Well, let's see where it could open. Okay, so there's the halt, 2707. Okay. And there's the potential open, not really giving us a big clue as to where it could open. And again, this blue screen you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. Well, when you posted that, William, yeah, I mean, it couldn't have been more than 35. So 35 down to 27. I'd like to think, like, I don't know what you're doing right now, but was in the mid 38s. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, right there. I was on my break, just getting kind of back. I was talking to Michael. Okay, guys. So this is not an earnings play, okay? But it had a big gap up. I don't think I saw this in the pre-market. I think it was not trading very much or something. But anyway, ROIC is now at the low of the day, okay? And the next low down here is 15.59. So about $1 to that next low. Did this get halted? Because there's a gap here on the 5-minute chart, which looks like, this is sort of looking like it got halted. So it's still up for the day, 6%, but it is dropping. And the reason why: Blackstone in advanced talks to acquire shopping center owner retail opportunity. So that was the reason for the pop-up. And this is amid a Reuters report, okay? So if we can believe Reuters, then okay. Give me one moment. All right, it looks like it just opened. PAX just opened and on the way down. Wow. No, it's just sort of a strange on the 5-minute chart, John, though. Having that gap on the 5-minute chart just kind of looks a little strange. Yeah, I don't have a halt here either. And then there's the VRNA, guys. What I'm like, look at this. I mean, the low down here, 31.66, back up to 38.55. Okay, so what is that? That's about a $7 range. In fact, right there, 705. The range today, 705. So I had the big drop early and then the big recovery. And an all-time high now. I mean, now back to an all-time high. I believe probably here was an all-time high, but now definitely an all-time high for VRNA. Then we've got this one, COHN. I know this was an earnings play, but the volume was so terrible in the pre-market. It still is only 346,000 shares. Which is 51 times normal. So you can just see it does not trade very much. Not a great spread, 989, 1005. This is the COHN. It's an earnings play. It is an earnings play, but certainly did not really explode. The volume did not explode on earnings. I mean, yes, 51 times normal, but the actual volume is still pretty low. Well, guys, let's see now. What did I say here? 12 now. So 1219 is the next high. So that could have run its course, LCEA. Or not. LCEA, just LSEA, sorry. Well, if it takes that out, I mean, if it takes out that level right there, which is not that far away, 1219 or so, then your next highs are way up here around 1270. That's for the LSEA. So why not put a price alert in that area and see if it happens or not. Okay, this is not as bad as it looks. I mean, that low right there for our OIC was 1661, and then this is 1659. So it's not like it's like a 2 cent difference. So it's not as bad as it looks. I haven't seen this one for a while. I remember these weeks here. This Oscar went from 17 up to 23. So trying to come back a little bit now. Has earnings this week, actually, November 7th. So it does have earnings this week. The next high looking left is around 2019, 2024, actually. So it has a little bit of room to run. And this is the OSCR. So it's an insurance company. Okay. All right, guys, that's a high now today. So now your next, I mean, it's getting closer. The 200-day moving average for DJT, 35.20, so less than $1 away. I'm just letting my computer drone. Well, and funds getting closer too. At 750 level, really, really key. This would probably be more up in this area had this day not happened. Where the CEO basically left. Again, this is completely a sympathy play with DJT. Okay, there's no. No, they actually did have some news. Okay. Fundware to acquire a controlling interest in my canvas for a mix of cash and Fundware stock. All right. So they had a little bit of news this morning. All right, PAX just got halted on the way up. Okay, William, so I don't know what your deal is right now with this one, but PACS just got halted on the way up. I don't know if you guys can hear the saw in the background. I wonder about this route. It still has a lot of shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, over 500,000. Keep thinking if it can take this out to 60. Well, that's why I have a price alert down here. $62. Okay, that's the low of it the first day, and then the second day, and it's still hanging above that. I can see UBS has raised their price target to 67 from 61. That's UBS. Okay, Summit. Now, what's the room it's got? Ooh, it's got room, guys. Summit's got room. I'm liking it a little bit here because it's just over the whole number. Okay, SMMT. You look left, 2118. So it's got $1 to the next high. But $1 to the next high. And it's a pretty big float, 135 million in the float. So it shouldn't be like too volatile. What do you mean by that, John? Yahoo is 73 en route. It's about that price if that's what you're talking about. 73 right there, yeah. Oh, do you mean I think I know what you mean now. A price target? Okay, guys, so probably around 2 o'clock. I'll put myself on mute. No, it's chopping down a huge tree in not our yard, but in a neighbor's. Sawing one down. That I have no control over. Boy, Summit is just not moving. Well, let's put a price order for Summit. So again, this 200-day moving average, 35.20, that'll be really critical, I think, for DJT. Another one, guys. I mean, if it can take another one, quadruple C, CCCC, if it takes out 641, maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow, because look left, it's got all sorts of room up past 7 for CCCC. Oh, these scammers. Boy, they're telling me I've got this fantastic package waiting for me, and they haven't been able to find me to give it to me. All I got to do is click this link, and it'll all get settled. Boy, this fun, guys. I mean, it's getting closer. 750. It's getting closer and closer. I mean, I guess if you just look at a weekly chart, I mean, the next high is up here. But I think you've got to look at this daily chart. I wanted to short this one early on in the day, and it had that pop. Here's Fox A, though. Earnings play. Next low looking left is 4180. Might be a little too extended for me to do it now. And that's Fox A. Okay, I has earnings coming up on the 6th this week. So yeah, today's the 4th, 5th, 6th on Wednesday. Pre-market on Wednesday. I has earnings coming up. EYE having a little move right now ahead of Okay, guys. Well, you know what? It's 5-2. I think I might even just put myself on mute right now. If you have a question, I will hop right back on the mic if I have something to say. Of course, and look at that 200. Again, I'm just the 200-day moving average is getting so close now to DJT. Okay, so I'll put myself on mute now. If you have a question, I'll get back on the mic. If I've got something to say, of course, I'll hop back on the mic. And again, you can ask me questions about trade ideas. All right, guys. Getting closer. GJT getting very close now to that 200-day. In fact, it's right there. Yeah, you were right, JJ. So NUWE may not be over. Okay, it may not be. Now let's see. Gotta find it. This is what I was. This is what I was hoping for. That sort of a move when it was here. Okay, and some volume coming in. I still have my doubts. I mean, it's got to get there. There's the VWAP right there. Okay, it's got to get through that VWAP, which is around $3. So again, I kind of have my doubts, but let's stick an alert above it and see if it can blast right through that. Back on mute. Okay, guys, I'm actually going to take off a little bit earlier. I know I said 2:30, but I'm going to take off right now. So what I've done in our YouTube room, if you want, you can head over to the main room, click on my homepage link, and you'll see at the very top, there's a link that says trading room. Okay. And that room will be open until about 4 o'clock. Okay. So thanks for all the help all day long, guys. We will see you tomorrow, the eventful day tomorrow. I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock. So have a great evening and we'll see you tomorrow. So I'm going to stop the screen sharing in the main room and muting myself in the main room. And now I have to shut down YouTube.